Evening, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to our regular scheduled council meeting for this Thursday, January 12th, 2023, at 6:32 PM. If you could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Cindy, if you could please call roll call.
Councilmember Bransky,
Present.
Councilmember Blanky,
Present.
Mayor Carnegie,
Here.
Councilmember Kolka, Councilmember Odell,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Shornack,
Present.
Councilmember Sutherland.
Present.
Councilwoman Pro Tem Shornack.
I make a motion to excuse Ms. Kelka.
Second.
A motion and a second to excuse Councilman Kolka. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. At this time, I would greatly entertain a motion to approve of the agenda, unless anyone has any amendments for this agenda. Councilman Odell.
Make a motion to approve the agenda as submitted.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any comments and questions from the audience? Any from council? See none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. At this time, I'll call on citizen participation on agenda items only. If you will not be around for the entirety of the meeting and wish to speak upon a subject of an agenda item, please make yourself known. No, that's, if you can't stay, if you'd like to make a comment. Okay, yeah. That is on the agenda, though. We're not doing TV land, okay. Okay, I'll close the citizen participation. Mayor Pro Tem Shornack.
Make a motion to go into closed session. Do you want me to read why or no?
Yes, please.
To consult with the city attorney regarding trial or settlement strategy regarding Macomb County Circuit Court case number 2020-003248-CD.
Second.
A motion and a second. Cindy, if you could please call a roll call vote.
Councilmember Bransky,
Yes.
Councilmember Blanky,
Yes.
Mayor Carnegie,
Yes.
Councilmember Odell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Shornack,
Yes.
Councilmember Sutherland.
Yes.
At this time, council will go into a closed session. We'll try to get back as soon as we can. And I'll close the meeting at this time at 6:36 PM. I will officially call the meeting back to order at 7:26 PM. Councilwoman Baranski.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we direct the city manager to take all required actions to implement the recommendations of the city's legal counsel.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Any comments, questions on that motion? I see none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Consent agenda. Councilman Odell.
Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda as submitted.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the agenda as submitted, and a second. Any questions or comments from the audience? Back at the council. Any questions, comments? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, item 8, new business, Sergeant Myers. Is Sergeant Myers here today? Nope. Okay. Guess I'll read it anyway. One of our Sergeant Eric Myers retired last month. I think the last day of December was his last day. And we wanted to recognize Eric. We don't do this for everybody, but Eric did a specific stepped above and beyond the job during COVID for us and really helped City Council out with a lot of things. So, whereas upon his retirement, Sergeant Eric Myers, an employee of the City of Fraser Public Safety Department since 1995, I hereby recognize him for his distinguished service to the City of Fraser, and whereas during such time, Sergeant Myers has provided extensive contributions to the City of Fraser and its residents, expanding his service from dispatcher through promotion and retiring as safety officer. And whereas Sergeant Myers has served as a pillar of integrity for the City of Fraser Public Safety Department and has helped to set the city's high standards of excellence. And whereas in addition to the Public Safety Department, it is recognized that Sergeant Myers has provided significant contributions to the City of Fraser operating in technology, the steady support of Sergeant Myers to all colleagues and residents provides stability and communications support during the uncertain and unprecedented period of COVID and pandemic. And whereas it's within many qualities that the services of Sergeant Myers will leave a lasting imprint and long garner the great appreciation of the City of Fraser. Now therefore it be resolved, I, Michael C. Carnegie, the virtue of my authority vested in me as mayor for the City of Fraser, and on behalf of the entire City Council, to all our citizens, I do hereby extend a certificate of appreciation to Sergeant Eric Myers for his distinguished service to the community.
Well deserved.
And I'll repeat, it was a pleasure to work with him on the department. Put a lot of fires together. Did you want to take this, Sam? And 'cause you'll see him before I do, I'm sure.
And I would like to thank the council for recognizing Sergeant Myers as well. I mean, he's had a long, prosperous, distinguished career in this city and, given 25 years of his life or more, based on different ranks, and started as a dispatcher and working his way up through to, being a sergeant, doing a great many things for the city and public safety specifically. So I thank you on his behalf.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We also have another kind of retirement. Seems like retired to me. Again, I got to work with this gentleman a long time ago when I was on the planning commission, which I won't say how long that was, Mark. But this is a certificate of appreciation for Mark Stemick. Whereas Mark Stemick became a resident of the City of Fraser in 1983, and whereas shortly after his arrival in 83, he was appointed to the City of Fraser Zoning Board of Appeals. In 1985, where it quickly became apparent he was a great asset to the city. And whereas in 1991, he was appointed to the City of Fraser Construction Board of Appeals, and in 92 was appointed to the City of Fraser Planning Commission. And whereas Mr. Stemick spent over 20 years in the employ of the City of Troy, where he spent his days working as an architect, planner, and eventually was director of the building and zoning for the City of Troy. And whereas Mr. Stemick has been described by those who have worked with him as having a photographic memory for all zoning regulations for many municipalities, and was highly regarded in his capacity as building director in the city of Troy. And whereas his demeanor as chairman has nothing short of professional all the time, he runs a very efficient and effective meeting. And whereas the city of Fraser would like to express their gratitude to Mark Stemick for his many years he shared knowledge and service for the residents of the city of Fraser, making a better place to live. Now therefore, be it resolved, I, Michael C. Carnegie, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor for the city of Fraser, and on behalf of the entire city council and all our citizens, do I hereby extend a certificate of appreciation to Mark Stemick for his distinguished service to the community.
Again, well-deserved. Thank you for all your time.
I never get to sit at this table. I would like to thank Mayor and Council, staff, consultants, city attorney, for their support, for their trust in me, for reappointing me for numerous positions on numerous committees over the years. It was with a great deal of thought and so forth that I decided not to ask for reappointment again. But time to let someone else move in and take over. Somebody asked me why I did it all these years, and it was more than the endless supply of self-addressed manila envelopes, paper clips, rubber bands, and scratch paper. It was an opportunity to serve the community in which I lived, and I enjoyed it very much, and I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kathy Blanky has something to say.
Hard to replace you.
Hi, Mark, how are you? I just would like to add the fact that it isn't just this council. It was all the councils and the mayors and everyone that you served over the past 30-plus years. There was never a harsh thing said about you. Your reputation was one of fair, hardworking, and a dedicated resident, and you were held in the highest esteem of anybody that was involved. When you started was just about when they got rid of our 2 meetings a month. The Planning Commission and the ZBA was created. So I thank you that we don't have to have 2 meetings a month, but nonetheless, you must have done and I know you did, a great job. And I thank you, because there were a lot of people in this small town with all the political, you know what I'm saying. You were always held above. Your bar was always higher than anyone I spoke to. So thank you, and congratulations, and best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mark, do you want to cover for it?
You're welcome back anytime.
Yeah, definitely. If you decide you're bored, we have plenty of boards that would love to have you.
For you, but we'll take you back.
No.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I have a what I'd call a legal point of order. I explained to Mr. Steinmeck at the meeting last week that he hasn't formally resigned. And we haven't appointed his replacement. So technically speaking, if there's a zoning board meeting in the next couple of months, we may see Mr. Steinmeck do a little grand finale for us. So we'll see if he accepts that invitation. But on a less legal note, I just wanted to say to him personally, if I didn't tell him already last week, he's probably the single best chairperson of any board I've ever worked with. The professionalism, the demeanor, just the way that he knows what to do and how to do it is just, it's a model for all. And we joked with him a little bit after the meeting that if and when we have training sessions for our boards and commissions, as long as his price isn't more than maybe dinner, he'd be the perfect person to come out and do some training and guidance and just share stories and expertise and, you know, the consequences of this decision or that over the years and, you know, what would I do differently in the past that you could learn from for the future. And on a much lighter note, his house is directly within eyeshot of the house I grew up in on Marcy Drive. He's on the next road over, but you can see it from my front yard. My parents are still there, of course, and I don't know if he's still doing it, but he had the best Christmas decorations of any house in that neighborhood forever. And it was always nice to walk outside and just look to the right and see the way he decorated the roof and everything on his house. So I had a feeling that may have come to an end at some point, but I just wanted to, that's not in the resolution, Mark, but that is another accomplishment of yours that will always stay with me. So thank you.
You're saying he's like a Mark Griswold, right?
Except it worked. It worked.
Great. Thanks again, Mark. Appreciate it. Item C, CDBG public hearing. I'll go ahead and now open the public hearing at, what is it, 7:37 PM? And if we have people present for the public hearing, please come forward.
Good evening, Council. My name is Heather Toffick. I am a resident case manager at Turning Point's Domestic and Sexual Violence Shelter in Macomb County. Turning Point has been providing a safe place for families fleeing domestic and sexual violence since 1980. Between July 1st, 2021, oh, yeah. Usually I'm loud, so.
You just pull the mic right towards you. That one doesn't work very good.
Okay.
There you go.
Between July 1st, 2021 and June 30th, 2022, the Emergency Shelter Program provided 600 shelter bed nights to 9 Fraser residents. Across other agency programs, Turning Point served 20 Fraser residents throughout that time period. Some of these programs included staffing Macomb County's PPO office, providing legal advocacy to survivors, providing supportive counseling services, as well as running a forensic nurse examiner's program for sexual assaults and strangulation exams. Turning Point's emergency shelter program is a safe haven for survivors of domestic and sexual violence. It provides immediate safety, crisis intervention, and resources to families trying to simply establish basic safety and stability. Turning Point's 2 shelter case managers meet with every new resident within 24 hours of their arrival to the shelter to develop an individualized plan based on the survivor's goals. We also work on a plan for safety, housing, and overall financial stability. This plan can include many different things, ranging from literacy, immigration, credit repair, and supportive counseling for domestic and sexual violence trauma. The Emergency Shelter Case Management Program has developed collaborations with multiple systems, organizations, businesses, and even churches that can help survivors maintain their safety once they leave our shelter program. There is strong evidence which states that improving survivors' knowledge of and access to community resources leads to a higher quality of life and reduces the risk of them being reabused. Resource building serves as a protective factor that enhances survivor safety over time. Turning Point continues to provide comprehensive services to children while in shelter and even after they leave our shelter program. Children in shelter receive crisis support, educational assistance, including assistance with getting to and from school, school enrollment, and anything that they may need, school supplies and stuff like that. Safety planning, as well as recreational activities. Our children's department plan events for children all throughout the year, especially around the holiday times, as well as run a summer day camp during the summer that runs 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, to kind of, let the kids get out in the community, experience some normalcy, as well as, safety plan in the community as well. A child crisis advocate works with children and teens in the shelter and is able to follow them after they leave shelter to continue offering individual and group supportive services. Turning Point's shelter facility is completely handicap accessible, has increased educational indoor and outdoor play areas for children and teens, have private sleeping and bathroom facilities, as well as a multi-purpose room that functions as a dining room and play activity area, private dedicated counseling spaces, and other spaces for survivors to meet with additional community partners to receive other services. Turning Point is requesting $2,500 to fund shelter meals, basic needs, crisis intervention, case management services, childcare, program advocacy, support, and informational groups. Are there any questions at this time?
About estimate how many children and people would $2,500 support?
That is a great question that I honestly do not know. I do know that we are often at capacity all throughout the year. COVID has also increased the need. COVID has also extended the length of stay that a lot of our survivors are now staying in the shelter program due to, the lack of housing, lack of other resources out there, just all the challenges that COVID provided. The help, in the community is more difficult to at least obtain. And then we do also house people if we're full or if we have male survivors. Then we also do extend to another like hotel type of stay. So that way we can serve more people than just what our shelter can
Great.
provide. So
Thank you. Anybody else? I see none. Okay, well, thank
Thank
you
you.
very much
Thank
for
you
your
for all you guys
presentation.
do.
thank you.
No idea.
There you go.
Take one down, pass it around.
Good evening. My name is Scott Andrews, and I work for the Interfaith Volunteer Caregivers. We are a nonprofit charity that has been working in Macomb County for 30 years, helping seniors and disabled adults. So we all know that the number of older adults in Macomb County has been rapidly increasing, and the need for support services due to the frailties of age, chronic health conditions, and even disabilities is growing dramatically and will continue to do so into the future. For many years, our organization has been providing free basic assistance to hundreds of frail, older, and physically challenged adults, helping them ideally remain safely in their homes. Such assistance that we've been providing to help these older and disabled adults tend to be on things such as transportation, chores, respite breaks, errands, and even assisting with loneliness. Our IVC program has been providing free chore and repair services on a small scale for many years, but in recent years we have been requesting CDBG funding to increase the number of low-income residents we can reach and to grow the program. We're confident that the addition of funding through CDBG monies will allow us to grow these services each year and begin reaching more and more struggling individuals in need of the support we can offer. Such help can very well be the difference that allows an older or disabled neighbor to remain safe at home, and that's the name of our chore and repair service program. I certainly appreciate the time speaking to your council today, and we have appreciated the last few years having a partnership and receiving some CDBG funding from your city, and hopes that we can continue our mission and assisting all of the seniors. If you happen to know, regardless of your decision today, of any seniors who might possibly utilize our services or someone that you're interested in perhaps referring, you can please let us know. Our number is on all the paperwork. The website is ivcinfo.org. And the packet I handed out to you with everything, many city councils are rightfully wondering the number of citizens in your city impacting and the dollars. So on the white sheet that I handed you, the back side of it, at the top it says by the numbers. You can see for the city of Fraser, in the last year, we had 24 citizens that were clients that we serviced in the last year, and we had 4 active volunteers that are City of Fraser residents that have been active with us in the last year. The numbers are just under 100 to date in multiple years, and then what you can see is a breakdown there that 2 years ago we received $740 in funding from Fraser, of which we completed 7 chore repairs for residents. The current fiscal year we're in, last year you were generous to award us $1,725. We've only finished the first quarter number of where we've done 6 of these small repair chore things for Fraser residents, but we are, I would say, ideally 1/4 that we are on pace. So this year, we did put in a request for 1850, which would allow for 25 sort of chore and repair services. But honestly, anything you do just allows us to utilize that money directly to your citizens, and then being a nonprofit charity, you find money elsewhere. Okay, I'm all set, but thank you. Any questions?
Oh, I think you answered them all.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Keeping track for us? At least for me? Okay. I used your numbers.
Yeah.
Can I share some materials?
Yep.
You sure can.
Yep, yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Dory Vasquez Nolan. I'm the Executive Director of Care House, the Macomb County Child Advocacy Center. Our main office is located in the city of Mount Clemens, and we have now a satellite office located in the city of Warren. Care House is the only agency in Macomb County that provides comprehensive services for child victims of sexual abuse, physical abuse, and for children that may have been a witness to a violent act, as well as their non-offending family members. Our goals are to minimize the trauma that is typically associated with a child abuse investigation, and to support the child victim and their non-offending family members throughout the investigation and prosecution phases and beyond. Care House is an accredited member of the National Children's Alliance and one of over 800 in the United States. We collaborate with all law enforcement jurisdictions in Macomb County, as well as Children's Protective Services, the Macomb County Prosecutor's Office, medical and mental health professionals, and federal investigative agencies such as the FBI, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, and Homeland Security. Those federal agencies usually work with us in cases of child pornography and human trafficking. Care House offers intervention and support services for the child victims and their parents, intervening to promote healing and helping families to cope with the emotional stress and trauma that's not only caused by the acts of abuse, but by the investigative process. Our services include the coordination of forensic interviews, crisis counseling, child safety assessments, trauma assessments, trauma-focused therapy sessions, family advocacy, support groups, access to forensic medical examinations, assistance with transportation to therapy and forensic interviews. We also offer access to interpreter services, referrals to other community resources as needed, and as the designated counsel in Macomb County for the Michigan Children's Trust Fund. We also offer child abuse prevention, education, and training to professionals who work with children and families and to the community at large. Families are never charged for any of the services that they receive at Care House, and we do support these families for as long as they need us, well beyond prosecution. Sometimes there could be something that triggers a child years later that we'll get a call and we'll re-enroll them in therapy. According to our most recent financial audit, over 88 cents per dollar is devoted specifically to serving children and families. Almost 3 kids in every Michigan classroom, and over 20,000 of the children right here in Macomb County are living with the trauma of sexual abuse, and we know that the numbers are surely much higher than our best estimates because most children never tell. Many of the parents who bring their kids to Care House have shared that they too experienced sexual abuse as a child, but they never told anyone or received services to help them heal. Today, we just want to spread the message that if a child chooses you to share their disclosure, recognize how hard it is for him or her to gather the courage to tell someone about their abuse. And although it's hard to hear a child's story of abuse, your initial reaction is very important. It's important not to show shock or horror, but to support the child and acknowledge his or her courage in coming forward and speaking out. Always report any suspicions of abuse. We feel that it's the responsibility of adults to keep kids safe. Since our opening in 1996, we've conducted over 10,000 child forensic interviews, and 173 of those children were residents of Fraser. Last year, in 2022, we conducted 704 forensic interviews, and 2 of those kids resided in Fraser. We do depend on the support from the community to provide a voice for child victims and a safe place for them to be heard. We appreciate your longstanding support. This year, we're respectfully requesting $2,400 to support services for 4 qualifying low to middle income children and their families from the city of Fraser. Our website, www.mccarehouse.org, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have one question. I don't know if I've asked it before now. I was just curious, at what point or how do you work directly with 2 of the schools and the public safety departments? Or when are they brought in, or how does this all come together?
So we do get calls from schools, from counselors or teachers that have concerns and don't know whether it rises to that level of making a report. And we can, talk to them and encourage them. But we take our referrals from police or CPS. We can't schedule a forensic interview without the involvement of law enforcement. And sometimes CPS is involved and sometimes not.
I'm hoping it all gets tied so it all comes up to a
Yes.
positive ending. So, thank you. Councilwoman Shornack,
Oh, actually, I was going to see if we have anybody else.
any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for your presentation.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Okay, I will close the meeting at 7:52 PM. And I'll go back to our regular meeting. Mayor Pro Tem Shornack.
Are we doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was actually just going to read it.
Oh,
Now we're at the point, the allocation approval by council, which is item D.
I wanted to make a motion then to award $2,500 to Turning Point, $1,850 to Interfaith, and $3,400 to Care House. And that should be the total of our $7,750, right?
No. Second.
I thought we were only
I don't think that's the right total.
allocated for $7,750.
And is that, what about this one?
Which page are you on?
Some 25, right?
Oh, we only have $6,750?
No,
Because I,
no,
no, I said 3,400. 3,400. Yeah, that's why I was like, wait a minute, we only have $7,750 to work with. I thought I did that
I
right.
thought you said 2,400 too.
Oh, no, 3,400.
You said 24.
Did I? Okay, well, I have,
34 for Care House and 18.
I said 25 for, okay, let me reiterate then. I apologize, and I will be very clear.
Catching her hearing issues. We
Okay.
all are.
No,
Changes.
2,500 for Turning Point, 1,850 for Interfaith, 3,400 for Care House. That should be our total then, correct? Okay, that's my motion.
You have a motion? I have a second? Second?
I second it.
Kathy seconds it. Any comments and questions from the audience? I'll bring it back to council. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you guys for coming tonight, and good luck. Keep up the good work.
Thank you for everything you do for our community and our citizens.
Item E, BOR appointments.
I'd like, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay.
it's,
Yeah.
I would like to make a motion. There's only one person applying. That person is Ken Perry Jr. He's applying for the Boards of Appeal, and we need one person to complete that board.
I'll second Kenny Perry's appointment.
Do a motion and a second. Any comments and questions from the audience? Back to council, any comments or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Councilwoman Baranski.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint, I'm going to say her last name wrong, but Kathy Sarnicki, I knew I was going to say it wrong, I don't have it in front of me, as the second applicant for the Board of Review.
Second.
Motion second. Any comments, questions from the audience?
No,
And I was gonna
that's
say-
later. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say, right?
Yeah, I
No, yeah.
messed up.
No, you're good.
Sorry.
We should have done them separate anyway. We're doing it right.
Any comments and questions from the audience? You made yours. Back to council, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations and thank you.
We're doing the next one.
Yep. Separate agenda.
1
items.
second.
Heck yeah, you are.
I can add a couple
We
more.
don't turn down volunteers very often. We never have a.
That's Mark.
You want to be a volunteer firefighter? I'm looking for firefighters.
Surrounded by them right now.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint, Kathy Sarnicki,
Zarnicki, yep.
to the Planning Commission.
Second.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any comments and questions from the audience? Bring it back to council on comments, questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And thank you again.
Planning Commission appointments?
We just did that.
Next.
Item G, sewer cleaning contract modification.
It better be a good modification, that's all I'm gonna say right now.
Good evening. We're here tonight to request the approval of City Council to approve a contract modification or a change order in the amount of $14,631.33 to the 2021 Pipe Tech sewer, the Pipe Tech contract for the sewer CCTV and cleaning. This is pursuant to a specific section of the city ordinances. The contract did go over the awarded amount by council. It is under the budgeted amount, though, that was ultimately budgeted, considering all project costs. But due to the required additional cleaning of the sewer, they performed additional work above and beyond the awarded contract amount. So we're seeking your approval tonight for the additional work that was done.
How much was that for, Mike?
$14,631.33.
Councilman Odell.
So Mike, was this has already been done, correct? They got down there, it was much worse than what they had anticipated, or?
That's correct. I mean, we typically anticipate a certain number of sewers that we would encounter are going to require this additional cleaning. They got into a particular section that required above and beyond what we would have typically anticipated.
And layman's terms, like above and beyond, like, I mean, if they're cleaning it out, what's, is it just?
So for instance, if we're doing 70,000 feet of sewer, typically we estimate about 25% is going to require this heavy cleaning. In some of these districts, they were upwards of like 80% of those sewers required heavy cleaning. And that is because of additional debris that's present, which could potentially block or impede the flow of sewer and cause backups if it's not removed. The entire purpose of the contract is to clean the debris out of there and make sure that you can evaluate the structural integrity of the pipe.
Okay. All right, well, with that, I will make a motion to approve the amended contract of $14,631.33 as submitted to council.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I do have a question. Is part of checks and balances. So when this occurs, do they just continue and then tell you after and bill you, or do they call someone and say, hey, this is a lot worse than we think it is, it's going to end up costing a little bit more money? This how much? How does that whole process work?
Yeah, there are protocols in place. So this particular contract, Mr. Thompson was here at the time and asked that we do limited site visits and inspections. So we had an arrangement with the contractor if they ever got into a situation where this was occurring to notify us immediately so that we could verify that it was necessary and document that part of it. So It was the large 36-inch diameter sewer that ran for a couple of miles. It's the first time it's been cleaned, and there was just a lot more debris, I think, than.
Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure that we're just not taking bills and paying them, that's all.
Does AEW go and inspect it if they say it's heavy? I mean, what, or do you take their word for it, or what?
No, as part of the cleaning, they have to have a camera with the cleaning nozzle to verify that there's additional material. So we have to witness them cleaning it, and then if it's not clean after the contractual requirements for what we define as cleaning, then
Okay, thank you.
So we do have a motion and a second. Any comments and questions from the audience? Frank, please step forward. Identify yourself, please.
Hi, Frank Farina. I have a question. You have two lawyers up there. I'm surprised they didn't ask it. What type of contract is this? If it's firm fixed price, why are they coming back? If it's an open-ended contract, then I could see it. But firm fixed price, you bid a price and you live to that price. So that's my question.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know that answer to that either, Frank. Sorry. Yes, please.
these are unit price contracts, so we establish planned quantities or estimated quantities for the contract, which establishes the contract price. At the end of the contract, we do what we call a balancing change order or balancing contract modification. So whether it's sidewalk, you estimate you need 15 and you end up doing 16. The contractor did the work, it was required to do the work, so you pay them for the extra one. If they did less, you don't pay them for as many. At the end of the contract, you balance all of those quantities and everybody signs off on it that while we may have had a contract for whatever the number was, we now all agree that our final contract amount is X, everybody signs off on it, and that's the final payment for the work performed.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council? I see none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item H, Kelly Road Cost Share Agreement.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, the Macomb County Department of Roads has submitted a cost share agreement to the city of Fraser and Clinton Township for their respective shares of the cost of the Kelly Road reconstruction project from 14 Mile Road to 15 Mile Road. We've reviewed the cost share agreement, and it mirrors their standard or typical cost share agreements in terms of percentages for their efforts related to design and construction engineering of it. They are asking for an initial deposit of part of that amount at this time to cover their preliminary costs. The final amount of the city's cost share would be due after bids are received and they recalculate the final total. At this time, they're estimating the total cost of the city of Fraser is $513,419. We did include a budget amount for this particular work in the amount of $505,000 based on our estimate of what this cost share agreement would look like. So it's within the realm of that estimate. We're asking the city council approve the cost share agreement for that work.
Mayor Pro Tem Schornak.
I have two questions. One, I just want to verify, we do have the money through the budgeting for major roads, correct?
Yes, we do. Actually, with the chart of accounts, I'm not sure if it changed anything or not because we budgeted $505,000 in the new line item that it transferred over to with the change in the chart of accounts. We did have some design work for Kelly and Garfield already billed to that account. The current balance available is $465,822 for what we budgeted for that line item. Because tonight, all we're looking to do is pay $111,000. We don't need to do a budget amendment at this point in time.
Wait till it all
There's
shakes
a possibility that it may carry over until next year, so we can always do that budget amendment in June.
Okay, that was question number one. Question number two is for you. Which part of Kelly are we doing? Is it only between 15 and Groesbeck, or what?
All the way to 14 Mile Road. 14 Mile Road to 15 Mile Road.
Great.
Okay, well, can we please, for all that is good and holy, throw Masonic and Kelly, that little, it's I just don't understand why when they did Masonic, why they didn't pave through the middle there, but it is bad. And the patching, not great. It didn't work.
I remembered we had this discussion a few months ago. I also spoke with the city of Roseville. Collectively, we presented our concerns to the Macomb County Department of Roads, and I do believe they are anticipating doing something there, but I haven't heard anything specific.
Okay, because it's bad. Okay.
Just stay on it for us, that's all.
I'll follow.
No, it's bad, though.
Yeah, no, I know.
It's really bad there.
Councilwoman Blanky.
Thank you. I think this is just an FYI for the residents. Rarely do we sit up here and say that this kind of a project, which was initially, well, it still is, over $5.5 million, and that $3.5 million of that is in federal funding, which is unusual. We don't hear that a lot. So anyway, that's 80% of the construction cost, and the remaining cost of $2 million, over $2 million, are split between the county, who's paying 50%, Clinton Township 25%, and Fraser paying 25%. So it doesn't mean anything with the motion or the paperwork. However, we have it in front of us, and the people, the residents, our neighbors, our friends don't see this. And it's quite rare. I've only seen this a couple times in all these meetings, so I just wanted to bring it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? So we're just looking for a motion? Mr. Odell.
Definitely that stretch of road badly needs to be replaced. It's where my shocks go out every time I drive on it. But I'd like to make the motion to approve the $111,250 for Fraser's share of the preliminary engineering costs as submitted.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments and questions from the audience? We'll bring it back to council. Comments or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Appreciate it, Chief. Item I, DPW vehicles. Mr. Ragsdale?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. I'm here this evening to request the purchase of 2 new vehicles to replace 2 vehicles in the DPW fleet that are past their prime. This will require a budget amendment of $56,784. These 2 vehicles will be purchased through the My Deal account. We are wanting to replace the supervisor's truck and then an old dump truck that we have. Currently, it's a Chevy 3500 series. As you can see in the pictures, the bed is rotted out. It only has 65,000 miles on it, but it's 17 years old, and the maintenance costs are starting to add up, which gave you that information as well. This would require a budget amendment. This would require waiving the competitive bid process due to using the state of Michigan's procurement My Deal contract. And then I'm asking to approve the purchase of the 2023 Ford F-550 4x4 dump truck with the Salter and snowplow, and approve the purchase of a 2023 Ford F-250 extended cab with a snowplow.
Okay, let's look at the trucks one at a time.
Okay.
So you're replacing one 250 or 150?
Replacing an F-250, it's a F-150 we're replacing with an F-250.
250.
That 150, as you can see the picture, it's a crew cab. We will then move that to the grass cutting crew, so that way 4 people can ride in one vehicle as opposed to taking multiple vehicles out to the park. The older dump will be put out for auction.
Okay, well, let's stay on the pickup truck, because so, just want council to really understand.
Yep.
The vehicle, so the F-150 is the 4-door 150 currently.
Correct.
That's gonna go to the grass, so you can put more people in it.
Correct.
Then you're gonna go to a 250.
Extended cab,
And a
not
cab.
crew cab, but
Full
extended cab.
Right. And then you want to outfit that with plow.
Correct.
And what
And
is
then
the
it
pri-
will get rotated into the fleet as the years come on. It will get rotated into the fleet as a plow truck.
Okay. And what is the cost of that one? I don't have the stuff in front of me.
It was 56,000, I got that. It is $54,335. Then it's an additional $8,451 for the plow.
Oh, plus the 851? And then how many current snowplows do we have in the city? 'Cause I believe we bought some a while back ago, and we put plows on those trucks too.
Well, we have 5 large dumps
With plows.
with plows, 3 smaller dumps with plows, and 1 pickup with a plow
Currently.
currently.
8. And how many guys do we have plowing snow during a snowfall?
We have everyone,
Everyone
everyone during a, depends on the size of the snowfall.
Does Melissa plow snow or no?
Well, currently she doesn't have a plow on her truck, but if the storm is large enough and we can't get the people to come in, then yes, the supervisor would plow snow.
And then let's just go over the dump truck.
Okay.
Can we just ask our questions?
Sure. Oh, I'm sorry. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
let's stick on one vehicle.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
That's all
I didn't see other lights go on, so.
right. Sorry, yeah, we were waiting for you. You were asking all the questions. No, go ahead.
Just question, the 150 is generally cheaper than the 250, right?
Correct, but you can't put a plow on a 150. I mean, if you put a plow on a 150, the only thing that you could do would be put a fiberglass plow on it and use it to plow your driveway. In my professional opinion, when you buy trucks for a fleet, you should always buy 250s, no matter what, whether they're 250s or 2500s, they're 3/4 ton trucks. Eventually, they get your trucks transfer. For instance, you buy a truck for the building department for them to drive around. They put miles on it and then they're done with it. And it usually, in most cities that I've worked at, they get circulated to the DPW. Okay, well, I can't do much with a 1/2 ton truck. With a 3/4 ton truck, I can put a plow on it. I can put a salter on it. There's a lot more things that you can do. You can haul more. You can pull trailers with it. With a F-150.
You get more use out of it than
Absolutely.
just a transportation.
Much more versatile, absolutely. And you always want to pay the extra for four-wheel drive.
And how many, approximately right now, how many DPWs do we have DPW employees that go out into the field to do the various jobs on any given day?
So currently we have 10 full-time employees. We have 2 part-time employees, and a supervisor.
How many vehicles do we have in the fleet for DPW specifically right now?
Off the top of my head, maybe 12.
We have 12, one vehicle for each employee.
Well, you also have part-timers as well that we don't have, and we're down 6 part-timers.
Okay. But I mean, we have roughly 12 vehicles and we have 10 full-time people and.
Right, but there would actually be more than 10 because you got street sweepers, you got Vector trucks, you got you have backhoes, you have loaders, but the big dumps don't go out on a normal basis. Your big dumps go out when you have.
Right. I'm talking about the 250s.
Oh, the 250s. So I have one. We just have one F-250. Okay. We have a few Dodge Rams over there that are 1/2 tons, But again, they're two-wheel drives and you can't put plows on them.
So as you retire older vehicles that don't have as much flexibility, this new one will serve multiple purposes.
Absolutely. And eventually, when we start getting rid of those half-ton Dodge Rams, the intent is to replace them with F-250 4x4s.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Baranski.
Okay, so if I heard you right, this vehicle isn't really going to be used for plowing now. It's just being equipped for the ability to plow in the future
Well, it depends. Depends on.
as a regular use vehicle.
As a regular, yes, correct.
It's the one exception in hopefully it doesn't happen this season, and it hasn't happened yet, that you've had to have everyone plus the supervisor come.
Absolutely.
When is the last time we had to have all hands on deck plus supervisor plow?
I don't have that information because I've only been here a year and a half.
Has it happened since you've been here?
Well, since I've been here, absolutely, in the fact that she's had to shovel the walks. But if she had a plow with a truck, a truck with a plow, she would have used it. But no, she has not.
Okay, so did she, and I'm just trying to understand the need. Like, we didn't get, these are great questions, because I'm like, how many, because here's what I hear from you, and just putting the cards on the table. I heard, I want to upgrade a vehicle that has 100,000 miles for my supervisor, and I want to upgrade it the right way. I want to buy a new vehicle that then, when it gets old, I'll pass it down to the plow team. Okay, which I can follow with, but I haven't, but to the contrary of the dump truck or the other truck that clearly needs to be replaced based on its rotting, this truck is still in good condition, and it's going to actually get a second life with the mowing crew. Where's the need now for the additional expense that's beyond what's budgeted
For the plow?
for this F-250 with a plow now? That's what I'm struggling with, the need now.
So there's the need now because the truck has 107,000. It has 107,000 miles on it. It's a truck you want to replace before you start sinking a bunch of money into it. We're keeping it in the only reason we're keeping it in the fleet is for the part-timers to use when we eventually get them back. Is a truck to utilize to pull the trailer to cut grass with the parks. As far as the plow, if we get to the point where just because it's the supervisor's truck doesn't mean one of the employees can't hop in that truck and go plow snow with it. I mean, sometimes they use my truck. If we got enough vehicles in the shop, Melissa may drive my truck. Just because it's per se the supervisor's truck doesn't mean the supervisor's the only one that's ever going to drive that truck. At any given time, any one of the employees may have to hop in that, and snow plows go down.
And that's
right?
good to hear, because I certainly don't want to hear that there's this brand-new truck and it's only, because that's then the second question that I have is, so it's got 107,000 miles on it. How many miles a year are being added to the vehicle as the supervisor's truck as opposed to, the other vehicles? Like, 107,000 miles is or 4 square miles, and I get that, like, how many miles is the supervisor put on that truck in the last year?
I don't have that information.
Do we track that at all? I don't know if we do or we don't. We used to have to, because we were trying to figure out enterprise, and so we had asked for that. Is that not something you guys track in terms of?
We don't. Enterprise may be able to, based on oil changes, when they go in and they get their oil changes.
Is it an enterprise vehicle?
No, that's what I was trying to avoid.
No, and I get that. I'm just trying to figure out,
So we're not paying a lease
107,000
payment. We buy it. Now, Enterprise will do the maintenance on it, which will cost us $9 a month.
Right, which is nothing.
I've heard that number, but I've never seen that number.
What's that?
Enterprises, I've seen Enterprises bills and they're outrageous.
No, so that's their fee to manage the maintenance. That's not what it costs to do the maintenance. So, right.
Well, right, but you just said, what you just said was they will do the maintenance for $9 a month, which is very when the mayor said, no, they won't. Them running the program for $9 a month means we will, yeah, that's a very different, so.
Well, it's a new truck, so for the
I
first,
was like, I'm in.
the first 36,000, it's going to be under warranty, right?
So is that something, though, that we could figure out, because you're improving, and I'll be quiet.
Well, let me ask this, the Dodge Rams you mentioned, you got two of those, two or three?
I think there's 3 of those over
Those
there.
are,
Those would be equivalent to a Ford F-150, so they're half-ton trucks.
those are enterprise trucks, right?
Yes, correct.
So would it be cheaper and beneficial to get rid of those expensive enterprise trucks and then lease the vehicles you want and end up saving money? Because you yourself are saying the regular pickup trucks are really useless.
Well, I didn't say they're useless.
Well, I know.
You know, because
Carry a lot.
the guys use them all, I mean, our people use them all the time. They're not versatile. I can't throw a plow on one. I can't put a salter on one. I can't, I can only pull so much with them. I can only haul so much with them. But every vehicle we have is being utilized.
No, I get it, Mark. And I know we had a lot of problems before with enterprise where we were looking, because we were paying $600-700 a month payments for these Dodge Rams, where we knew we could go out and just lease Ford 150s for half that price.
And thus, that's why I'm trying to stay away from the Dodges as well.
Why can't we get rid of the enterprise F-150? Say you're paying $600 a month for 3 trucks. You can almost buy 2 250s for Ford.
So it's basically a lease to own program. So those Dodges, we're under a lease program with them. The Ford F-150 that has 107,000 miles on it, we have completed our lease payments. We actually own it now.
I thought that wasn't a lease.
No, it's ours. The F-150, the supervisors.
It wasn't an enterprise truck.
What's that?
I thought it was not an enterprise truck.
It's not now.
Now, but it
At
was.
one point, it was. I think it was last December. We made our last payment on it was December of, and not December of 22, excuse me, December of 21. We made our last payment on that. So that's a 2014 model.
Are these diesel, both diesel or just regular?
Gas. I want to try to stay away from purchasing diesels as well.
Councilwoman Sutherland.
So my car is a 2014 with 114,000 miles, but I'm not replacing it on the off chance that it might need maintenance. I mean, honestly, when I look at these pictures and the whole picture, I mean, a budget amendment of over $50,000 at this time, it just doesn't make sense. I mean, the other budget amendments for roads and things like those made sense. It's clear the dump truck needs to be replaced. That thing is, my God, we should have a funeral for that thing. But, I mean, 2 years ago, there was a budget amendment. It was before I got here, but we bought the cat, right? It was like a cat for over $50,000 to clear paths. It took us over a year to get it. I still don't think we used it. It was out there on display, but there haven't been snowy paths to clear. So, I mean, at this point, I can't, based on our other expenses and the other things that we're trying to do, approve that kind of amount.
So that's exactly why it's being moved to another area of the fleet. But I'm not
this time,
replacing
it
it
doesn't
and
mean-
getting rid of it totally like we are the dump truck. It would be moved, again, it would be moved to the grass cutting crew, which would then keep us from driving two vehicles around. All 4 individuals that are working the grass crew can ride in the same vehicle.
I mean, I'm one of 6 tonight, but I just can't, in good conscience, approve that budget amendment for this amount, for that vehicle that's still in good shape, that we could maybe look at kicking that can down the road a little bit. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, one thing we did, Mark, a few years back, when vehicles were really a top priority, because enterprise is so confusing. And they had I still don't understand it, and I've met with them 3 times. I don't think Elaine still understands the whole enterprise stuff. but we challenge the departments to really evaluate their vehicles, do an audit on their vehicles, bring everything forward in a spreadsheet so we can look at it. And then public safety came forward, and they got rid of 4 cars for council, realizing, well, because the amount of detectives we have and because of the court times and all this stuff, we're able to use this many and this many. And when they had, was it 4? 4 they got rid of, I think? And those payments were huge. So what I'm saying is, it sounds like we really don't have a great understanding on the DBW fleet, and we're talking about it before the meeting. If we had that software that you had talked about yesterday, just click up and look at it and see the vehicles and how many miles and what kind of conditions and what the payments were, would be great.
Didn't we have a list?
Yes, we have a list. But I guess what the council doesn't understand is you look at, okay, you have 10 guys and you got this many vehicles. Okay, well, you have 5 dump trucks that are 5 7-yarders. We're not hopping in a tandem dump truck to go do a curb box repair, right? I mean, each vehicle has its purpose. So you have a Vector truck, you have a street sweeper, you have, large dumps. Those vehicles they get used for a specific purpose. On a day-to-day basis, we have a water van. We have I think it's either 2 or 3, I believe it's 3 of those Dodge Rams that we have. And we have one F-250. So on a day-to-day basis, those are the trucks that's being utilized, and we don't have enough of those vehicles for our staff. Does that make sense?
Makes sense, but it doesn't seem like it. When we're talking 10, 12 people, sounds like we listed 15, 16 different vehicles.
That's what excuse me, that's what I have right now. At one time, I had 7 part-timers, which we're down to 2. I hope to get those back.
Okay, and then with the bigger dump truck, you're just saying, well, each vehicle is utilized for a special thing, then why are the new dump truck, we're not just getting the same size? Why are we going from a 350 to a 550? Why should we just get another 350?
Because we have 350s, excuse me, and then we jump to the big 7-yarders. We have nothing in between. And there are times that you need, when we load, for instance, if we're doing a water main break, okay, and we're loading slop or
That's good. Full service.
Way to go, Ray.
or when they're loading salt on the back of these trucks, or especially coal patch, it's the 550 is gonna haul more than a 350, right? It's the same size frame. It's just a little beefier truck.
Oh, we're just trying to make sure, at least mine, just trying to make sure, giving you the right what we need without overspending, overdoing what we did. Don't overdo it. Elaine, did you have you got your light on.
He had mentioned that the truck that Melissa's currently driving would be moving down to being the truck for the grass mowing crew, because it's a crew cab, and talking about this eventually is going to be part of the replacement schedule and cycling through vehicles. And the proposed one is just a extended cab, which I don't know how that's going to fit with the lawn mowing crew.
You mean to eventually
Right, if you're always wanting
you'd
to,
be
like,
smart. It's just a two-seater
pass a
now.
vehicle down to the lawn mowing crew, why are you getting a extended cab and not a crew cab?
Thought that one was gonna go to the plowing though, or the rate, the,
It is. I never said it would always go to the lawn mowing crew.
Going down
I'm just saying that's where that particular truck is going to the lawn mowing crew. The reason for the extended cab, because the supervisor carries maps and locators and safety equipment and things of that nature. And if you get a single cab, there's nowhere to put it behind the seats. A crew cab is spending more money than what we don't need. She got a crew. She doesn't need a crew cab. What she needs is an extended cab. That's why I've put in the request. Crew cab is overkill. Single cab is not enough.
How much is just the dump truck alone? The 550?
It is 98,859. That's without the plow and salter.
Okay, but it could be used as a plow and salter, and that was like roughly another 10 grand. About another 10 grand on it.
Yes.
Okay. I would be more comfortable approving the 550 because it's more versatile. It can handle larger loads, which would reduce time at jobs and things of that nature. So I can see the justification in that. I'd want some more information about the whole fleet for the 250. I don't know how council feels, but I'm comfortable going forward with the 550. But the 250, I think we just need a little more analysis of, if we've got 12 people, I know eventually we want more for, the seasonal time and things like that. But, I kind of want to, me personally, I'm newer on council, want to see how the fleet is being managed and used now before going over budget to add a 250 without knowing how it fits into the pieces of the puzzle. I just need a bigger picture to make the decision on that particular one. I'm not disagreeing that it's not needed. I just need more information to make that decision.
I second that motion.
Okay. So I would make a motion to approve the purchase of the F-550 dump truck with the plow attachment as submitted to council, and then bring us back some more information on the fleet.
Do we even have to do that, though? Isn't that within budget?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That way, though, it's just clear that.
But it still has to be approved, right? Even though.
Like, but the approval is for a budget amendment, no? Okay.
There's four items
Okay.
there to consider. So if you were to just go with the dump truck, you would still need to make competitive bidding and then approve.
So modify your
All right, so I'll rescind that and modify it. So I modified to purchase the Ford F-550 dump truck as submitted to council with the plow package in addition, and waive the competitive process to go through my deal, or the my deal contract is submitted.
I think those have to be two separate motions.
I second the motion.
It's okay to combine them. If anybody wanted to split the question, though, because they didn't approve one or the other, they could split the question.
Okay to do both.
You can finish this, but I have a question to ask Mr. Ragsdale.
I have a question too. The old plow on the old truck, can we sell any of that used equipment? The old,
On the old dump,
or obviously, or can that plow be used
it'll go to auction with the dump.
with the dump?
It'll bring more money that way because it's useless for us.
You're right, it would. Absolutely.
It's not going to fit anything.
That's what I just said. Okay, so we do have,
Mine's unrelated to that, to
what?
this first. No, do the vote first, and then
So you're not related to this.
it's not. related to this.
That is related.
Public participation.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any comments or questions from the audience? I'll bring it back to council. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
No.
How long a delivery and,
So I literally have to, first thing tomorrow morning, get a PO issued because tomorrow is the last day to put in the order. The gentleman from Gorno Ford will then he's got until 4 o'clock to get the order into Ford because the cutoff date is tomorrow. So.
you get microchips for those trucks.
So he says that he is anticipating maybe June.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Now I have a question for you, unrelated to this, actually two. One, because we have been blessed, with not a lot of snow this year. I know, I heard we had a lot of water main breaks.
Yes.
So surprisingly, not on my street, But oh, they're in your neighborhood? Okay. So how many have we had? Because I didn't see, I don't remember seeing a number. Was there a number of how many there were?
In the last 2 months, I think we've had 8 now.
It seems like a lot considering how much money we put in place for the diverters.
Well, it is and it isn't. I mean, before you went online with the PRVs, that year you had 49.
Or just up, well, not including obviously this year, but as of last year.
But we have more this year than we had last year, yes.
Okay, so that's a concern. And then my second question with regards to that, obviously I know they've been busy fixing water mains, but since we haven't had a lot of snow, are there other projects that the team is working on right now? Because like I know I didn't see a lot of, and there are a lot of trees that are our responsibility for tree trimming.
They're out tree trimming right now.
Are they? Okay.
Absolutely.
So I haven't seen anybody in our neighborhood in
Yep.
ever, so.
They're out elevating trees.
Okay, I was gonna say, so I just want to make sure that.
We're not cutting them down right now,
Well,
but
no, I-
right, because there's no leaves on them, but.
Pruning 'em.
But we're pruning, yes, we're elevating.
Okay, and then I just a general question. How much did we agree that, because if you're having such a hard time, and I understand how competitive this market is right now for part-timers, for DPW, what were we up to?
15 an hour.
We raised it already.
I know, but I don't, I know. All right, we'll have to discuss that more. I just wanted to find out. Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Councilman Odell.
And just real quick, Mark, I just want to direct you, if you could, like, do a breakdown of the fleet and send it to council, and just so we have that information for the future, I would really like to look at it and just,
Yeah, I can print
Educate
you off
myself.
their spreadsheet of our entire fleet.
that'd be great.
You know, but what I would also do though is make some notes so you understand that
Yeah,
these
I'd
vehicles
like to
don't
know-
get driven every day, right?
Right,
You
exactly.
know.
It's like a sweeper, it's only driven part of the year, and I want to know, basically, the meat and potatoes, what vehicles you're using on a day-to-day basis to do just the work in the city. And
Correct.
and how that's allocated with how many people we have. So when we do have future, look at that again with the truck, it just can make a more informed decision and educate myself. I'm sure council would like that too.
No problem.
Thank you.
That it?
Okay, you're all set.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
No, Nope, Dana has.
I had one more thing. So I work for a subprime auto finance company that specializes in used vehicles. So one of the things in the packet that you had said was the price of vehicles is going up. I mean, as I'm sure we all know, the Fed has been raising interest rates. So real estate as well as used vehicle prices are starting to decline. So that's another reason for maybe waiting a little bit, doing an assessment and seeing what we can do, because even if we wait a couple of months, you're going to see a greater impact to that decline, and you might be able to get a better deal, not on a 2023, but on something that will do good, and we won't have to make a budget amendment for it. Yep.
The only problem is the lag time on everything right now, right?
Well, used vehicles are ready to go.
What's that?
Used vehicles are ready to go. It's not going to take you 5 months.
Right, but the city doesn't purchase used vehicles.
Well, bring us some options. I never say never. I mean, let's see what there is out there.
Okay.
Thanks, Mark. Returning business, Parks and Recreation Plan Resolution of Support.
Hello again.
Good evening. Okay, at our last meeting, we left a couple actions for you, and if you just want to update council. that'd
Yes,
be great.
yes. Yeah, so last month, Mr. Lesich expressed some frustrations with the then current state of our draft plan. And he sent us a marked up copy of our plan with all of his suggestions. And as a result, after the December city council meeting, we went through the plan, sorry, and made the vast majority of his suggested revisions. And so I actually want to thank him because his suggested changes have made the plan better. But now we ask that the City Council adopt the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, so we'll be able to submit it to the county, SEMCOG, and the Michigan Department of Natural Resources for approval by their February 1st deadline. Thank you.
Councilwoman Blanky.
I would like to make a motion to adopt the Fraser Parks and Recreation Master Plan.
As updated?
Pardon?
As updated?
As updated.
We have a motion and a second by council. Councilman Odell?
Just food for thought. I'm going to vote in favor of this today, but going forward, soon we're going to have a recreation coordinator. We have a Parks and Recreation Commission that really wasn't looped in on this at all. And pretty much that's what their job should to have some more input. So I think as we do future planning, we need to make sure all the relative parties are involved. And I would like to see more collaborative planning. Not your fault or anything like that. I'm just saying it in general. I feel that some voices that work on Parks and Rec, one, we don't have a director, so we don't, or coordinators right at the moment, so that is what it is. But I really think we need to loop in and get the Parks and Rec Commission on board and have some input as well overall, because they are appointed, that's what they should be doing. And this is a major component of the city planning forward. So we just, I think, need more voices in the planning stage that have been appointed to do so. Thank you.
I think they're more an advisement group for the council. But
They're an advisement, but I think as an advisement, they should have the ability to advise on the plan.
communication is good.
Yes.
Mr. Denault?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a suggestion for the maker of the motion. I think Mr. Littleman and McKenna are asking that we approve an actual resolution, just so they can document that resolution that was in your packet, which has the whereas clauses in it, just in case that's necessary when submitting the master plan and showing that it's been approved, rather than just relying on minutes. So if we could amend that motion in some fashion to approve resolution number, and it used to be 2022-09, but now we're in 2023. So I would defer to Cindy. I think it's our first resolution of the new year. So it would be a motion to approve resolution 2023-01, adopting the City of Fraser Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And that resolution, the only change to it would be the date of your meeting, because it originally was written for last month. We can make that ministerial modification as long as that's the intent of the maker of the motion.
Okay.
That make sense?
And I second that.
Fantastic.
Councilwoman Baranski?
Yeah, I just want to say, there were meetings, they publicized it, they advertised it, they communicated it, and we chose as a board to have a independent entity do it. So I'm all for involvement, but I got emails saying, come out. I saw the social media come out. I didn't come out. I did do the survey. I'm going to admit I was very passive, but I don't want you to take away that people weren't invited, and I think they had a specific meeting. So I kind of take a little bit of exception that people weren't included. The entire city was not only included, but encouraged. But that being said, 100%, the more involvement, the better. And you can always improve, but there were public meetings where,
Yeah, again, the communication has to
Yeah.
go. Councilwoman Sutherland?
The thing that I wanted to add on, so I'm the same way. I did the survey, but I didn't, go out to a lot of meetings. But as the liaison to the Parks and Recreation Commission, I've heard the concern that they didn't have or weren't able to voice as much as they would have liked to toward this plan. However, this is a plan. This is not written in stone, right? It's a plan where there's going to be a lot of opportunities going forward to offer opinion and, pick out colors of playscapes or which park we go with first, or, whatever the case may be. So that is one thing, just so that Councilman Odell as well, that I have tried to hit home with our current commission, is that this is not the end-all, be-all, that no one will ever have another say. There will still be plenty of opportunity for the residents, for the commissions, for council, for everyone to have an additional say in what's going to actually come of this plan.
That's what we want.
Yes.
That's what we want.
Thank you for doing that. This is actually a non-plan.
Councilwoman Blanky.
This is a do whatever you
Just-
want plan.
You know, I agree with what everyone's saying, but we have to keep in mind too, this was the first time ever that we contracted out McKenna. I think, you know, for what we paid and that we were sort of like backed into a corner. We didn't have a viable commission. We didn't have enough people on that commission. There were meetings, you know, and I know that they use the template and the information and, you know, McKenna would have that anyway. But just so everybody knows, this is the first time ever that we took a different road to get this done because it was, you know, in default as far as the timeline. So just my 2 cents. Thank you.
That's how government should work. You learn by doing things and taking risks. Okay, so we have motion and second. Any comments and questions from the audience?
No, you can stay there.
You can stay there, you're good, but
Just move the microphone back and forth.
Laura Lessig, 15201 Fairview. I know that my husband, Michael Lessig, also sent an email last night in regards to some changes that were not included, that were very critical to the makeup of our city. And it surprises me, shocks me, that nobody on council or city administration brought that up. If anything, if you're going to adopt this, I would suggest you at least change the cover page on who is on the commission. They had a resignation recently, and since this is going forth in the 2023, one was resigned and another one was added in the last couple of months. So if you could just correct that, that would make me feel better. But the other pieces that were not included is unfortunate. Thank you.
thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if you need the names to update for Eileen, if that's proper, then you should do that.
Yeah, that'd be administrative or ministerial.
Yeah. Item 10, report of city administration.
So I received a report recently from Great Lakes Water Authority, and we're looking at a 2.75% increase in the water and sewer rates for the upcoming year. They are still having some meetings regarding that, but those are the preliminary numbers that we have to date. The public safety, Captain Gillis has worked with the county on completing the emergency management plan. This is a critical plan for many parties throughout the city and working with the county in the case that there may be some type of incident in the community. So I thank him for all of his work for that. I had a manager's luncheon that is something that the previous administration has done on a bi-monthly basis. I'm actually going to be moving that to a quarterly basis. It's a good opportunity for managers of the region to get together. We did have Mark Hackle come in and just give a little bit of a presentation to us, so that was a very nice event to get back up and rolling since it stopped during the COVID times. I would like to welcome the new city manager of Roseville, Mr. Ryan Monroe. He is the current police chief and has been promoted to city manager. So I have already extended an email out to him, so hopefully I will get to know him because we do have quite a few things overlapping. I have been working with Don in reviewing all of our rules of council, charter. I think he's been doing a little bit of review of the law as well. We had the concern at the last meeting, I believe it was, about the public hearings and having a limit of 5 minutes. We have confirmed that that is allowable, and the interpretation of what's in our city council rules really is in line with that. We have been working on some changes for city council rules to be coming to you hopefully in the near future. And that's one of the things that we're just going to make sure that we clarify and hit home, so there's no question about that.
Can you, so we were doing it right, or we are not? Can you tell us, Dawn? I know, I want to make sure that I heard what I thought I heard.
Yes, so our current city council rules of procedure indicate that any agenda item, a citizen or public participant can participate for up to 5 minutes. The public hearing section that was raised at the last meeting doesn't talk about time limits. It doesn't. So universally, that 5 minute for the public participation applies to all agenda items. So we were following our rules of procedure. Elaine and I did look at some other sources. The MML confirms that that's perfectly acceptable to put limits on public hearings. And I would just leave you with this. It's totally up to you at the end of the day. If you want to have time limits or not have time limits on public hearings, if you want to have a rule but keep it flexible enough that you can waive it or suspend it because it's a special type of public hearing, all completely up to you. The only parameters guiding us are it must be reasonable. So,
Thank you.
Just a couple other quick things. We did have the street committee and the public safety subcommittee meet. I think we made a lot of good progress regarding that, and we will certainly have some information coming in the next, I would say, month or two for both of those items to council.
Great.
That's it.
Thank you. Ms. Sutherland, you get to go first this time.
Didn't I go first?
I think you did.
I think it's.
I think she did go first. I'll go first.
I do forget which way.
I'll go first, that's all right. Yeah, I was going to say, we met yesterday with both the road subcommittee and talked about a lot of really, really good stuff, and I'm really excited. Hopefully, they're going to come back in February and help us narrow down what direction council wants to take. And then same with the PSO, we had a great starting conversation. It was very long and protracted and took a lot of education. They were educating us, I think, about a lot of stuff. But very excited about the vision that the chief and the captains have for the department going forward. They are already 2 steps ahead of things in terms of funding sources and alternate ways of doing things. And, you know, our challenges are not unique to Fraser. Staffing, retention, financing, every city, everywhere. You know, we have very good friends in Sterling Heights, which pays the most money, and they are having troubles getting police officers, and that has never happened before. This is new uncharted territory. So I'm very excited just at the vision they had and the collaboration, and look forward to coming back probably soon. They're going to come back and make a presentation to really help us see where the department's going to go in the future, and it looks very promising to me. The other thing is that budgeting is coming up right around the corner. It's going to be here before we know it. So what I would like to see in particular, and we've been getting a lot of great reports, which are really helpful, I'd like to see with some of the departments or some of the activities, some participation numbers, so that, like, how many people are taking advantage of the programs, so that we can make an educated determination about where we're allocating our resources. Because unfortunately, I believe, are still not going to have enough money to fund with regular taxes the budget as it is proposed. So I want to make sure that I can, just like with the DPW resources, I want to know with all departments how things are being allocated. So we get the reports for how many arrests and how many runs and all that. So how many people are going to the senior center to play pickleball or to do the lunch or whatever other activities, or whatever, you know, how many absentee ballots did you process? And I know you've sent us those numbers, but so that we have them for each department. I would like to see that. Also, probably, because something that Councilmember Odell and I talked about yesterday, I'd like to see maybe a quarter-year assessment on where we're at with the general fund. And I know there were budget amendments in here, but so we know, because one of the things we did talk about was, and thank you for sending that email about Fort Fraser and updates to Fort Fraser, as well as Steffens Park in general, and to see if we have resources that could be allocated sooner rather than later, because that is a necessity to me. It's you know, it's our monies that built it. It's our children that play on it, and it is a draw. So I would love to see the budget to know if that is something that we could advocate for. And then I want to say, it's funny because I was kind of listening to the park plan, and I didn't realize that that was the first time we'd ever done it outside. And to me, I kind of equate it to, it's like your taxes. Like, I can do my own taxes, right? And I do my own taxes. And then every couple years, I go to a CPA and I have them done to make sure I'm doing it right. And I feel like now we know that we've always done it right. And Kathy, you told us about how one time you had to modify your plan because it didn't include the ability to actually build the barrier-free park because it wasn't broad enough. And now we have this great template that we know what it's supposed to be. And so hopefully in 5 years, we'll have still the wonderful staff that we have that can then just take that template, save that expense, but verify that we were doing it right and we will do it right going forward. So I think it was money well spent. I do think there were some bumps, and I'm not happy, and it's not this gentleman's fault. He inherited the problems, and, you know, we can deal with that separately. But other than that, that's all I really have. Thank you.
Okay. All right, I'll go now, I guess. Happy New Year, everyone. Looking forward to a wonderful 2023. I did have one question. So I've been getting a lot of emails, I don't know if everybody else has too, from regarding cannabis. And I know we had talked last year about having like a town hall, letting residents come in and, you know, voice what their thoughts were on cannabis and changing our charter, or kind of what that would look like in our city. Just wanted to know if there was anything going on with that, because I'm getting emails.
There's been some litigation that's been starting to be settled. Probably Don can speak on this a little bit more because he's more familiar with it. But that was kind of one of the things that if we do anything, we're going to get sued. So why do we want to move forward and do anything until some of this litigation, in particular regarding the process for licensing? So, you know, most communities, you have separation, so you have one person over here that wants to hurry up and get the jump on it. You might have someone 200 feet, he got the jump on it, I didn't get it, I'm gonna sue you because your process isn't fair. Some of that's starting to come to fruition now, and I think we'll have some more answers in the near future
So then
about.
can we maybe even get like a blanket response, or, you know, some language of, it's something that as a city we've discussed, however, at this time we're doing X, Y, and Z because of A, B, and C, rather than just radio silence and we've talked about it and not doing anything.
We get a number of calls in the office as well, and I certainly talk to people to let them know that we've had many conversations at council regarding it and just have not taken any action at this point in time.
Right.
But to stay tuned.
I just tell everybody that we've opted out as a council at this point, and we're looking at things.
I don't know is that necessarily true?
Opt out,
Yeah,
Legally,
we
had to-
decide.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
yeah, but I'm just saying, like, but as far as like vetting and conversations and the reason why we aren't moving forward with any conversations,
Talk about it a lot.
not since I've been here, we haven't talked about it a lot.
No, I mean, Elaine, we take the calls a lot.
How do I know that?
I know, but we're trying to get the litigations done that,
Right, but how do I know
Okay,
that?
so you would need
I'm being
to-
asked
yeah.
questions, and I'm
Yeah.
not being set up for success to
Yeah.
have these conversations with residents, is what I'm saying. I need the information so that I can speak in an educated way as to why all of these things are occurring in other cities, but it appears that we are not even talking about it. That's what I need. Maybe I should have started out that way. Make sense? Okay. Just something. But I hear you. Thank you. Oh, now into the fun stuff. All right, so Fraser First is having their Blue Jean Ball on February 11th, 2023. So if you are interested in attending the Blue Jean Ball, what Fraser First does is, you know, every dollar goes back into the community. The Blue Jean Ball is very fun. They have a live band. They have dinner. It's at the Vintage House in Fraser. So if you are interested in attending the Blue Jean Ball or sponsorship opportunities, you can go to FraserFirst.com or contact Sherry.Stein, that's SHERRY.STEIN @FraserFirst.com.
They're doing a band again?
No.
Oh, is it a DJ this year?
Thank you, Jesus.
Okay, music.
There's a big difference between band, DJ.
Yeah.
Just
No.
Same thing I was echoed on that. Yeah, they are going to have a DJ. We've had lots of great sponsors already for Fraser First Blue Jean Ball. So come for $45. You get a great meal, open bar, just a good time. I think everybody up here has been to one time or another. So it's really a fun event. And again, that money does go back into the community directly via our parks and upcoming plans with the city. Echo with what Councilwoman Baranski said regarding the future in parks. Definitely want to look at making some improvements, and look forward to having discussions with the council coming up after doing some preliminary research and getting some ideas out there how we can improve what we have, because we got a great size park with a lot of possibilities, and would like to see something really special happen there. Other than that, Happy New Year, and have a great night.
I'm just going to build on what a couple council people said. I'm in my last year of my last whatever of being on this council, and certainly I'm not running again. So anyway, but I do want to say, I listened to a lot of things, and I sit here. There was one thing that Sergeant Myers said, which I'm glad you gave him that award, because it was really profound for me to take with me from last month when he paraphrased, Samantha, he paraphrased that the council was one of the first, everybody gasped when people say defund the police, defund the police. And he was referring to us, but I've been on several councils, so I'm not going to designate. However, he was right. That was the most profound, simple thing that I heard when he said that sitting here. And I went, because I talked to myself, I live alone, and I left the meeting, and I thought, self, he is absolutely right. We sit up here and talk about millage, we talk about these parks, we talk about, and don't get me wrong, that was my career, but I want to see something nice happen with our public safety, and I think that is on the horizon with our new director. Samantha, I really have so much faith in you and what you're going to bring to this. But Sergeant Myers was right, and I'm ashamed because I don't know what happened. We got one set of information, then it changed a couple weeks later, and I don't need to go into all that because I don't have the answers, and it isn't a blame game because this is where the buck stops. And everybody logically knows that public safety is the most important thing we have in this city. We can play games and semantics and parks and plans and sit here like it's life-threatening. That is not life-threatening. Public safety is life-threatening. Those men and women, they do a lot more than I think a lot of people give them credit for. And we look at the state of the country, the world. We need that discipline. We need your protection. And so that being said, I pray to God in the next year or two or whatever, I won't be here. I mean, life goes on. Look at the pictures on the wall. That's what happens. I get it. But I wish you, from the bottom of my heart, the best of everything. And I hope you go back and correct the mistakes that were made. And I hope you give us a stronger department. And I hope that, and again, don't get me wrong, but I'm going to say it. The parks are important. The library's important. All that's important. We sit up here and we haggle in millions of dollars over things that are not that important. And you can say what you want. I'm not an old hag. I'm not senile. And I'm not being mean. I'm being real. You have children, grandchildren, and seniors. You have people out there, 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds. You are what keep us moving. You give me the incentive to want to live because you bring the discipline and the order to the city. not the library, no offense, not Parks and Recreation, but the police. And to think what we did really makes me sick, and it makes me cry. And I can't imagine how many people up here would even have saw that coming. We dismantled the department, we dismantled services, and I pray to God that you will understand what I'm saying as you're here longer. No one's right, no one's wrong. But I think we should all be clear that that's what's the most important thing in this city, without any doubt. Thanks for letting me vent that. I feel better about it. Everybody have a good month. Have a good time with your family and friends. Be safe, and God bless us. Thank you.
Thank you. Pro Tem.
Well, Marilyn didn't call me because I wanted to ask what the update is on that, by the way. I don't know if you guys got the email, but the museum flooded. All the radiators apparently have gone poo-poo. And normally, they don't normally have an open house in February anyway, but there's a lot of damage. So hopefully our insurance company is going to take care of that and fix it.
Yep, they're already on board.
Fabulous. Okay. And other than that, Happy New Year. Perfect. Yeah. I saw the pictures. I was like, woo.
I really don't have nothing. Said Happy New Year when we started, so I'll go ahead and open it up for citizen participation.
Laura Lessig, 15201 Fairview. I, too, want to plug the Fraser First Booster Club dance and mention that this is our largest fundraiser of the year. We've done it many years, and I want to encourage the council as well as the administration, residents, please come to this event. It's part of your community. It benefits the community, as council people have mentioned, that all the money we raise for these in our fundraisers goes towards Fraser. And it's a good thing to get involved in what we do. So please come to the dance. I wanted to ask about, there was no update on city hires. We've been anxiously waiting for a parks coordinator. We're getting into the time where residents are looking for activities and programs for their children this summer, and we have nothing to offer. We're going to lose out on this whole deal, and for several years this has been going on, of course, beyond our control, but it's going to be a point where people don't come to Fraser. They won't come to move here anymore. They won't want to be around Fraser because there's nothing to do. Yeah, we're updating our parks, and that's great. We have a lot more to do with them, as in Steffens. So, yeah, what's going on with that? And the other thing I just want to say on the side is be aware that when you're in your closed sessions, some voices carry and can be heard in this chamber. So just let you know that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Anybody else? I see none. I'll bring it back to council. I'd like to make a motion. We need to go into closed session. Again, item A, Teamsters Local 2214 DPW LOU.
Second.
Can you do a roll call vote, please?
Can I just, before we do that, can I just ask that the motion be amended slightly to meet more of the Open Meetings Act language and also indicate that this is to go into closed session for strategies and negotiations connected with a collective bargaining agreement? If we could add that language to the motion for the minutes.
Absolutely. Strategic bargaining for the Teamsters Local 2214 DPW.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
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 Okay, closed session 9:10. Take a 5-minute break if you need it.
Yes, we are. Yes, yes.
Knew that she had a stroke or.
She did?
Yeah, my husband told me earlier today that something happened, they rushed her to the hospital.
And then Sonia, who plays Epiphany on General Hospital, died too. And she was 55. If you watch General Hospital, you'd know who Epiphany is. She's been on for like a bazillion.
Call the meeting back to order at 9:27 PM. Councilwoman Baranski.
I'll make a motion to approve the letter of understanding as outlined by the city manager.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any comments and questions on that motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, I make a motion to go into closed session for a mid-year review for the city manager.
Second.
A motion and second. Can you please call a roll call vote?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
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 Okay. Closed session at
Don't worry, Sam. I'm angry enough that if anybody tried to hurt us, I'm good.
on the corner. But I think he probably already did it.
Oh, down there, gotcha, yep.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah.
Bottom, not the
I
top.
see it.
That's your cue?
I will call the meeting back to order at 10:42
10:42.
PM.
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Have a great weekend, everybody.
You too.